eggs. Let's bring some eagle eggs for food. Pop out the chat, please. Pop out the chat, please. Okay, and here we go. Where'd the chat go? Who's buzzing me? Oh, nothing. Okay. Chat room. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of these. And mute that. All right. Boy. Alrighty, right. Okay. So testing. Excellent. Testing. Test, 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 test. What happens if I do this? Okay. Y'all can hear that, huh? Alright. Alright, switch, please. That was a long transfer. We should probably shorten that. Alright, time to zombify. When last we were here, I had just found this. Oh, I need to reorient here. Oh, come on, computer. Okay. I'm slightly disconcerted by the small screen next to the big screen. Alright, oh, it's gone dark. That's bad. We shall be quiet. Because this place is going to be full. Ain't going to be no fun at all. Alright, here. But what I need might be able to be found. I'll take it. But that's not what I was hoping for. No! Show me the way to go home. Oh, I'm tired and I want to go to bed. I had a little zombie bite about an hour ago and it went straight to my head. Oh, come on. Give me the drugs. Use door. Yeah, pick up old chairs. Scrap old chairs. They're good for supplies. Water. I'll take it. Ooh, I'm so hungry though. And I've got nothing. Alright. Come on. Have you actually got nothing? Really? Come on. Freezer. Peas. I'll take that. All eaten. Yeah, I hear you. Tuna. I am now only terribly hungry and not severely hungry. Or are those two reversed, actually? Sounds too much like something coming after me. I don't like it. Okay, that's open. The back door's open. Please, please, please. I remember drug shops being way more full than this. Oh my gosh, I don't care about recog. Maybe some other day, but not right now. Oh man. Do I still have... I do not, but maybe I can make... I have a point. That's not what I need right now. What I need... Yes! I'll make a few of these. Come on, come on, come on! Yes, I have roasted nuts to snack on. That's probably too noisy. I probably shouldn't do that. Alright. This door can stay closed. This can slow the enemy down. Traffic outside can stop going over my house, please. Thank you. Alright. I'm surprised I haven't seen anybody indoors yet. Did I fight them last episode? Last stream? And forget? There's one. Ooh. I don't want to scrap it. I want to repair it. Anything else? It's already kind of too late to resist disease, so that's not going to work for me. Oh. Zombie choir at night. Let us switch to something a little deadlier. Actually, also, perception, strength. Pack mule. I wouldn't mind. Oh, Master Chef. More food. I think I need to do that first before some of these other things. Oh! Ha ha ha! Nice! I wasn't expecting one go. This is really nice, actually. Man, just give me antibiotics. I mean, I'll take that. That'll slow it down, but jeez. Is it going down on its own? I thought it was 40-something before I took that bite. Oh, these shelves look better stocked, and yet are not. Oy, Yavuna. No! Come on! Urgh. Okay. I mean, these things are useful, but they're not what I want. No! No! Oh, man. I mean, I guess. Does it immediately go down 5%, or is it over time? I thought it was over time. Scrap that thing. This makes me sad. I mean, really? Come on. Roof access. Ooh. Maybe I should consider moving here. Day 5, though, man. I don't have a lot of time left with which to prepare any kind of defense. Fine, whatever, but it's dark up there. I don't think I want to... Wait, do I have light? I can't remember if I have light. I don't want to risk it. Well, this is disappointing. Does it say... Where are my statuses? Treated infection. Continue medication to keep an eye on the wound. Getting hit by zombies. Yes, I know that part. But will this add 5%? Or do I have to wait for the initial 5% to wear off first? Oh, wait. You can stack. Okay, so if I do this... Okay. So it's going to keep going down for a while. Alright. So that did help. Just not as much as I could have hoped for. What's up here? Anything? I don't see. Oh, I do have a flashlight. Let's get that out of the way for the moment. Really? Okay, better. Okay, there is a box. Poppin' pills. I think I heard a zombird. I did. And he's stuck. What was that on your face? They have done a lot to the... They've done a lot of work to that model. Oh, man. No. Alright. You're in here somewhere, aren't you? Could you just open the box for me, please? There we go. This game's out to get me. I guess they decided the previous versions were too generous with the antibiotics. They sure as heck aren't now. We got cloth? Nah. Let's hope for leather. Been through there. Should probably seal this. Seal this hole up. Uh-oh. A wolf. Do not want. Medicine cabinet. Yeah. Okay. So it's gonna go down for a while. Yeah, it's gonna buy me time. So now I should read something or other towards food. Get my belly back up. Health, abrasion, healing, stop bleeding, that's all good. Recog, what do you do again? A lot of water drain, but my range damage is increased a little bit. Doesn't strike me as worth it. I can sell those. That's what I'll end up doing. Okay, so I'm not so far from my next level. I hear you. Shoot. I demand that you impale yourself upon some barbed wire, if you wouldn't mind. Just like that. Good. Unfortunately, now I have to remove it. Still 2 hours to dawn. I don't know if I want to sit here and wait or not. I think I'll give it a minute while I do some chewing. Let's see. How do I do that? All right. Nope. Yep. Come along. Good. Thank you for finishing that off for me. Alright, so this place is pretty much exhausted except maybe the roof. Oh, I'm dumb. I just walked through my own trap. That's great, Valgerai. That's awesome. Good work. Let's see, we have another one over here. Sir! Zombie, sir! Can I speak to you about your car's limited warranty? I hope that helped. Very good. Is there a food place? Crack a book. That's actually useful to me, but it's not... It's not food. Oh, man. You look like a normal wolf. Okay, okay. It sounded like it shot twice. That's not really what I was going for. However, the dog steaks, totally what I'm going for. Tap, 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 tap. Oh, big cave. I'm curious now that there's light. Oh. Well, that's not right. That's not right. Oh, man. They improved it by making it worse. That's cool. Ah, that makes me sad, actually. You got anything back here I need to worry about? No? No food. Alright, let's head to the roof. Sometimes there are boxes on the roof. It's through here, right? I hear you all out there. Sometimes, though, there's birds on the roof. I don't want to be dealing with those. I want the element of surprise is what I'm getting at. If there's birds up here, I want the element of surprise. Okay, that's not a... Oh, that's a pear, but not a bird. Okay. I'm surprised they didn't hear me while I was stomping around down below. Nice. I should get bonus points for doing that. I don't think I'm going to find his head. Oh! Doesn't matter then. Yes, I know I'm hungry. Jeez. Stomach, shut up. Oh, yeah. I don't care about that. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. Egg. Please. Ooh, one. One anyways. What's in the box? Wait. I gotta open it. What have I got now? Light armor 7.3, explosion resistance 7.3. Where? Oh, I had no leg armor at all. Okay. For some reason I thought I did. Oh. That's not... Okay. That's boots. Alright. I'll take it. I will so take it. Alright, alright. So, dawn has dawned. In an evil universe where I am extremely hungry. Ooh, okay. I would like to take the cars apart, but that will make me overweight. Not that I am not already. Scrap, scrap. Very good. I'll come back for such things in the future. We have a bookstore. Bookstore ooh, and an ambulance. See many, this is new to me. Ambulances. Interesting, and still not what I'm looking for. Okay, that glass looks like plastic to me. I'm just gonna be blunt. Where's the entrance? What do we got here? Oh, is this the entrance then? Okay. What? Oi, Huna. I see y'all. Why am I out of stamina? What I'm just hoping for is maybe there's like a, you know, vending machine. That's not super unreasonable. I hear two? Okay, I am hearing, in fact, more than one. Miss you. Whoa. Alright. Big door. I hear you over there. If you have a cafe in your bookstore. Ah! I heard you. Why am I out of stamina? What did I do? It's because I'm hungry. Oh, man. Okay, downer. Maybe I should just head home and cook that meat. Look like I can go to either side. Are you kidding me? Oh, man, these things are so hard to hit. Sometimes. Alright. I will come back to this place later. Oi. All I want, Carl's. Cars. No, not Carl's. Cars. Barrel? Buffet? That's food. Food. So I do want this. Oh, hello, Noise. How you is? Seems like a nice day. Done it? Drop food. I don't know if I want it. However, that said, what can I do? Master Chef, Pack Mule would be useful right now. Bench warmer. Melee and tool stamina usage. Yeah, let's do that. Whoops. Did I not? Oh, I already have it. Alright. Skull Crusher. I've already got that. Master Chef, got that now. Pack Mule. I will speed up. There is benefit to that. Hey out there, everybody who's not watching, come over here and watch. I am exactly not as interesting as anybody else. What's this hole? I just came from that way. Okay. I'm going this way. Hell of a way to get into a buffet. Come on. I may have to just make myself another fire pit at this rate. I hear ya. Ooh! Tougher one. And I missed. Stop running! I do not like it when you run. Especially when I have no stamina. Fine. Don't like using these, but... Oh, for crying out loud. No, 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 no. Have you got anything back there worth that trouble? No, you don't. Okay. Why would you? Oh, no. I dislike this. Yes, I know I'm hungry. I'm trying. I am trying, I swear. But this thing says it's a buffet. I want to believe it. This looks like a trap. It's not a trap, just not super useful to me. Oh, if I go down here... I may have trouble getting back out again. But I want... after all this, I bet there won't be any food. Oh! Okay. What can I do? What can I do? I mean, I guess I can. Let's do it. Let us make some dang meat, because it's the best I can do without all of these ingredients up here. Charred meat. It'll be good for something. You doing it? Oh, yes, there it is. Man, a minute per? What happened? Dude, eat it. Good. That helped some. For each one of those, I think I'm going to need water, though. Two. Now, the question is, do these stack? They do stack. Okay, that's good to know. One more. Oh, that was the total time, not per. Okay. That'll do, pig. Shoot. And so on and so forth. And just clean that right out of my system. Actually, maybe that didn't stack. I think it did. Alright, alright. Very cool. Alright. I hear ya. Oh, I wish I'd known that was it. Oh! Dang it, Bobby. Shoot. I demand more ammo. You took from me. Man, yeah, I wish I'd known that was out there. I would have had better cooking opportunities. Search what? Who? Well, regardless, I want this right here. Cornstarch. Microwave. Not ideal. Not ideal. But wait. Dysentery medicine. You've taken which will reduce dysentery that may be suffering. Efficient digestion. Okay. Wasn't there something else? Oh, yeah. I thought maybe I had a protection against the chance of dysentery. Oh, man. I think I can get that just about anywhere else, any other time. I'm not gonna. Oh! Oh! Very nice. Squitch. Okay. That is a distinct improvement. That is good. That is nice. Oh, so is that. Pure water is... Oh, Yahuna. Hello. Oh! You got a hell of a reach on you. Oh, that's no way to miss. I hate these little bursts of speed they put on because my stamina's not up to the task. Nice death scream. Absolute. That was great. 5 stars. Wood. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck zombies? What have we got? Back in the day, baseball bats were all the rage, but they must have had weaker zombies. It's time to up your game. You can craft steel clubs. Yeah? That I like. Steel club? Do they mean like hammer? Or is that something I haven't seen before, a steel club? Let me eat that. Get all the hungers in there. With all that meat, I'm not... Oops. Well, yeah, sure. I'll just dispose of both of those. And since I don't need this, I'm just going to do that. I'm going to cure fatigue duration. I don't need either of those right now. I don't think I need all the bones right now. Oh, cocktails. I forgot to use those. Let's get them out of my inventory. Get a bit more food in me. Man, I can't believe that friggin' a whole pop and pill store and I didn't find a single actual antibiotics. Oh man, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not. I only have 3 of these things. Yep. Oh, I have more than 3. Oh, but not much more. Okay. Dang it, Bobby. Oh well, that means. Oh, what happened to the space in my inventory? Okay. Oh, hello. Here I am clearing this place out. It's not even for other than my stomach is closed. And I can promise you, it is. What do we got? Toolkits. Eh. Bathroom. I hear you. Oh, multiple. Please get down. You know, I had new bullets. What, 9mm? I should equip accordingly. Let's do that. All right. What? Nope. I are hungry. I mean, nice tile. I would take that tile in my house. I got the semi-generic kind of beige tile going. Huh? Oh, I suppose gendered, right? Okay. Speaking of which, I wonder if the game was smart enough. Hey, now, get off the floor. Was it just a coincidence? Oh, oh. The axe is actually not so bad against these things. Short range, though. Deep laceration is bad. Where is it? Stop hiding. I can't see you. There it is. Boy. But no medicine. Or whatever. One. No, come on. No medikits at all? I guess all the oh. People would have raided the medikits. It makes sense. If anybody was left alive after this, a minute, whatever happened, the survivors would raid everything. I'm a latecomer, and we don't even yet know really why I'm a latecomer to this party. I mean, a hell of a lot of damage has been done to the world. And only I'm just starting? What's going on here, you know? Nice plant. Tell me you've got things for me. What? What? I'm hearing people out in the hall. One of the streamers I like to follow has just started. That's too bad. I'll watch them later. It's too bad I waited so long to get into the streaming stuff. Uh-oh. That is not a good sign, whatever the heck that is. That's one of those. Oi! That was a masterful hit. Oh, man. This may not go my way. Especially especially while I'm distracted with these bastards. Get down on the ground. And stay down. Ooh, I appreciate that. I'll come back for that later. Let's pull this thing out. How are we doing with the ammo? Is he actually down? They're both down. Whew. Whew, whew. Okay. I'm all good. I'm good with that. I'll take it. I expected him to be tougher. Oof. Charged strike. This technique gives a 25% chance for regular and 50% chance for power attacks to instantly charge stun batons. Well, that's interesting. Schematic teach you how to craft SM small machine gun auto turret. Okay. It's gonna be a while before I can, no doubt. Ooh, it's locked. After all this work, that's locked? That's not cool at all. Oh, yuck, kinda. What we got here? Yes, I'll eat that. And I've got abrasions. How do I deal with abrasions? Is it still going down? Yes, but barely. Oh, I'm almost out. Hungry like a wolf. Deep laceration. First aid kit or sewing kit. Okay. I thought the thing I'd done... Oh, that probably just stopped the bleeding. Yeah, okay. I got it. Fine. I see. Good more ammo. I will take good more ammo. What else? Okay, okay. I want into the box, though. How... Oh, yeah, I'm not doing that. That makes me more sad than ever. Cool. I'll take that. Nothing on the buffet itself. What's the menu say? Dinner salad. What's a dinner salad? Classic salad, grilled chicken salad, Caesar salad, Greek. Fried mozzarella sticks, fried zucchini, pumpkin cheese. How is cheesecake an appetizer? Boneless. Ugh, I hate wings. I know that makes me an outcast, but I don't like wings. Anything close to the bone? No. No, bacon and eggs. The eggs have to be over hard. They cannot be runny. If they are, I will destroy the universe. Okay, so there you go. Good incentive for you to cook it right. Steak and potato fish taco is a good idea. Okay. I'll take one of those. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Ammo and hammers. Cool. And soup. I'll take all of that. All. Soda fountain. What's this? Ooh, I should have been more careful. That might have been electrical. That. Soda? Don't drink it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. I know it's basically, you need to treat soda like a dessert item. In which case, if you actually did that, you know, treat it like a dessert item, and had it only sparingly, you'd be fine. But, no. You do not drink it a lot. Don't do it. It is a practically perfect mashup of all the things that make you as unhealthy as possible. It's probably how we ended up with the zombie apocalypse. Frickin' soda. I'm telling you right now, that's what it was. Soda. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, man. What can I dispose of? I'll just use this. Oh, I suppose this is a gimmick and not actually, like, a mistake. But seriously, though, is there no... Do I have to go all the way back out again? Or is there a... like, hidden way? I don't want to go the long way. I mean, this was not a small place. No. Oh, man. Oh, it's friggin' infection spreading again. Please clear up some space. Oh, is there something better? Will this do? Apologies for the wait. This is where a pickaxe would be nice. Oh! That got through faster than I expected. You know, I could slip out at this point. Alright, let's head home. I don't think we're going to be... Well, we could do that quest overnight. Make it extra challenging. Oh, but I was kind of hoping for more antibiotic stuff. Oh, I don't suppose you have antibiotics stuffed under a cushion. No, but what is this? A shovel. I kind of want it. Ugh, and I don't want beer. How am I on the food meter? Foodometer. Let's have the yucca juice. Take the shovel. Bear with me, I'm running as fast as I can. I do believe for the first 7th night, I will reside where I have been camping. Which is on that roof, right? This is a fair town. Look at this. Gosh, there's several buildings over. If it's going to be that slow, I might as well check every little thing along the way. Oh, I'll take that. And what else? And that's okay. I don't know. This is a believable-ish town. You know, a little manufacturing town. Go back to circa 1950s, you know, when we still had manufacturing towns. This could be believable. Oh, stomp, stomp. A ding ding a ding a bing a bing. That's not it. Man, I don't know if I'm ever going to get ahead of this stupid infection. To though. Egg? No. Egg? No. Oh, to be sad. Hello there. How you doing? Ow! Good hit. Alright, this tree... Oh, the tree's... very big for, like, 3-day-old. That's remarkable. Maybe that whatever has turned people into zombies has also made trees extra awesome. Alright, this was things to sell. So, click items to existing container. No, 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 no. What are you talking? Oh, okay. Oh, young Kahuna. What would I sell? I'm going to sell the beer for sure. I don't drink. Painkillers. Sell. Hi. Come to chat. No? Okay. Alright, up we go. Oh. Hopefully if it's this hard for me to get on the roof, it is for them too. Alrighty then. Put it all away. Even... Oh, I had a shovel. Let's get rid of that one. I had a pickaxe. Oh. Should have known. No meat. Let's see. I could put those away. Have I been distributing things yet? No. Okay. So let's put excess supplies, ammo, potato. Where's the food? That's not food. 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 Health. Health. No. Seeds? No. Food. Food. Parts. Alright. Put those in here. Along with excess medical supplies and excess medical parts. How many? I probably don't need aloe cream that much right now. Want to keep a first aid kit, blah blah blah. This can go. Want to keep some water on me. Probably don't need more than one set of vitamins on me at a time. Got better water. Probably don't need more than one splint at a time. I don't need to carry this much steel. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay, I've got 2 of those. That's good. Let's put some of the remainder. Oh no, it's already there. Okay. Alright. Let's talk to Joe. Oh, that was bad. I didn't even see that. I think. Okay. Alright, let's do what I promised to do last time and then didn't. Let's take it all with me. Go talk to Joe, wherever Joe is. Pretty sure Joe was over here, wasn't he? Yes, in fact, I just forgot to mark. I'll wait until I get there, but yes, that's the right way. Hey, Coney. How you doing? Wasted all my stamina on stupid rabbit. Run, 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 run. Anybody home? Still haven't done the dang quest I was supposed to be doing. Clean the streets. Do not leave them Worse than you found them. Speaking of which... I want, when I'm done with this place, it to be spotless and new looking for absolutely no good reason whatsoever. What I wouldn't do for real antibiotics right now.
The apocalypse isn't so bad.
Are you kidding? May I see your inventory and sell you a few things? Get rid of that, get rid of these. He doesn't want those. That. What else have we got? Ammo I don't want. Not big into shotguns. Steel armor, that's okay. I don't need that. Repair. Ammo. Alright, so I've got a fair stash going now. But does he have anything I want? Armor piercing ammo, that's cool. Spear hunter. Robotic sledge. That's a lot. Motorcycle, 30,000. Okay. Oh, wait. First aid schematic. Never mind. Oil. Nitrate powder. Was I just hear? Old cash. How is that a building block? What do you use it to build? Ammo. Lots of it. Baseball bat. Sounds nice. Awfully expensive, though. Awfully expensive. Animal fat, beer, boiled eggs, painkillers. Beer? Chemistry station, awfully expensive. Painkillers, steroids, recog. Ski googles. Agility +1, huh? Loot bonus +3. I've already got a good thing going there. Probably not going to find much better than that. Advanced schematic for bellows. That sounds kind of like something I wouldn't necessarily want to pass up. But do I know it? I feel like I... Yeah, let's see. Claw hammer, wrench, iron pickaxe. No good food, no antibiotics. This is giving me a sad. So let's see. Do I know?
It's been a real pleasure. You watch yourself out there.
You watch yourself. Advanced engineering. Crafts forge and craft items with 20% blah. Workbenches, cement mixers. Inventor. Grease monkey? No, it would be exclusively under here. Well, wait a minute. There's a better way to find out. Let's just make it advanced. I cannot. Okay. That kind of money, I don't mind spending on that. May I see your inventory? Yes, please. Where'd it go? Advanced bellows schematic.
Great doing business with you.
Yeah,
Come
you
back
too.
and tell your friends.
Now, if you had, you know, Goram antibiotics, though, I'd take it. I'd pay a good amount for that. Whew. What do you got? Meh. It's kind of useful, actually. Passing gas. This place stayed exploded from the last time. Yeah. Okay. 1706. Whoa. Hello. Dang it, Bobby. Let's get better at that. I think their reach has grown since I last played any real amount of time. Any of y'all out there see any chicken? What do we got? Iron, lead. This actually is a relatively good approximation of galena, which is an iron ore. I mean, not iron. I see you. Dang it. Where did you come from? A good approximation of galena, which is a lead ore. A lead with traces of silver. You can get it from there. So somebody actually looked it up. Looked galena up. Galena does come in other shapes like tetrahedroids and whatnot. Look at all these cars. Oh, I'm not liking the look of this. This is looking like a significantly nastier area to me. And if I'm not mistaken, the ground might have mines. Oh! Fancy. Fancy. Thought I saw one. Alright, alright. Oh! That's what I was looking for. Ah, you Primakudund. You stay down. Oh. Was hoping for honey. Maybe I have to get some sort of skill for the honey to show up. I'm pretty sure we saw honey drop once, right? I am pretty dang sure. Oh. Oh. Yeah, something a little different happened over here. Doesn't look like it burned. Just kind of like somebody's brick factory got blown over. And it spread all across the landscape. Second hit should turn him in. No. Uh-oh. Possible indication of dog. Do not like dog. Yeah, I hear you. Even in real life. I mean, I like dogs. In real life, they're good to visit, but my attention span or availability isn't quite there for the needs of a dog. Cat, yes, sure. Though, this cat turns out to be quite needy, too. Oh, an engine. Very nice. Okay. I'll take that. Should probably repair before I get into it. So, I set up the background there. You can see the chat doesn't quite conflict with the background completely, thanks to this sort of jagged, whatever the heck you want to call it, mask. It's not a complete mask. It's not even really a real mask. It's just an overlay, really. But that helps with the chat a little bit. I think you all should arrive just right now and start chatting your heads off just to fill it up for me. I would appreciate it. And then there are some alerts activated. Now, because I'm too new and don't have affiliate status yet, y'all should help me with that, by the way. There are some alerts that I don't think can happen. Can you even subscribe to me before I'm an affiliate? I don't know if you can. I think you can just follow, right? You need to get so many of those before you get accepted by the system. But there are some alerts active. I tested them thoroughly. Well, thoroughly is the wrong word. I tested them. And they seem to work. But I have yet, with either this or the Dwarf Fortress ones I did before, to have them actually available and tested at a time when nobody actually did anything that caused an alert. So I'm very curious and somewhat impatient. So, like I said, everybody, I am psionically commanding. We're calling upon the entire masses. Everybody who's watching anybody other than the person I follow, whom I'm not going to, give a hard time about it. But, her followers can keep watching her, but everybody else has to come over to me. Right now. Just for a few minutes. And, follow. Just so I can get alerts, Test the alerts and hit affiliate status and move on. Y'all can do that for me, right? I'm psychic enough, right? Hi. What you doing? What you doing? Dude. I didn't... Slightly dumb. I haven't turned this place on yet. Black strap coffee. Cold resist. Duration. Stamina regen. That sounds nifty. Sounds useful. Right. What is this? Retrieve the supplies. Okay. Alright. Let's turn it on. I forgot to turn it on. It's fine. I'll just take a second shot at all the goodies. I hear ya. 2 of you. I still got a couple hours. 2.5 hours. Game time. Not playtime. Game time. That's the distinction, right? Before they start running at me. So if I can clear the place up before that. That was actually not what I was expecting. I was just hammering. I wasn't even looking at the icon. Let's get some foods in me. And anything else I can live without for a minute. Now, is that stamina regen down to 25% or plus 25%? I mean, I'm blinking my eyes, but it doesn't seem to be helping me now. All right, yeah, take it. How about you, sir? No? Okay. Do you, good people, good chat, not take houseplants along for the ride with you? I mean, you should. Is it really necessary to make them quite so animated? It's a zombie game. We don't need mature content. Well, I suppose violence and gore is more mature content than gender issues. I don't know. Not issues. Wrong word. Whatever. Okay. Political message on my phone. Not the unseen. Give me all your food. Thank you. Empty cabinet. No. Done that. I mean, technically, I'm already done with this place. But I wanna... Cabinet. Oh, 25%! Final frickin' Finally, final frickin' Oh my gosh. Oh yes, it's still gonna leave me short, but I mean, that plus what seems to be a lot more common. Oh yeah. That is a relief to me. Watch me get immediately murdered by something, though. About freaking time. Oh, man. That's good. What do we got? That makes me much happier. This is a big closet. Whoa! Too big. Let me look at one of those things. Come on. Do they congregate all together, or was there something going on with this house beforehand? Yeah. Oh. -8. I don't know if it's worth me getting weighed down trying to carry it back. Oh, that's so good. Yes, I know, phone. You sent me that text already. Nice. I suppose if I'm going to go up here, I'd better go up here before they start running. I mean, I can sort of deal with them running, but not nearly as well. I do jump. Oh my god, a third one! Some kind of damn party going on here. Ooh. I see that. Oh! Dang it, Bobby. I destroyed it. Alright. Now, yeah. Can I make those? Do I need skill for the steel? Arrow. Steel arrow. Ammo. Yeah, I need skill to unlock it. Okay, alright, fine. How about these? 19? I'll take it. Oh, I see. I'm being guided in this direction. Nice. I believe I've made it all the way through. Oh, wait. What do we got? A secondary establishment over here? Cat, are you snoring? He's grown snoring. Alright, I'm gonna head out. I've done the place. I can't turn it in yet, but I can head for my house. And maybe even get there before things get nasty. See, you know, if more of you were here, we could have a chat while whittling away the night, cowardly, on top of a roof, away from Zomberts. But no. It's quiet out there. This is probably not an ideal time to stream anyways. It's just the time I have. I mean, my wife will definitely put up with me doing this in the evenings, for example, which is when I assume most people are active. Ah, man, being on the West Coast is probably a boon for this kind of thing as well. Though I suppose it doesn't matter, you know, if people visit from other parts of the world, it could be any time is good and any time is bad. Hi. Dude. Stop hitting my ankles. Squish, squish, squish. Hydrate. I'll cut this off in another 50 minutes, 2:30. And then probably half an hour, 20-minute break. Come back with Empyrean, which I have not set up a scene set up for, actually, now that I think about it. I'll probably just use the same one as this for now. But I don't have any alerts. Ah, man. But I have until not 6, because I have to cook dinner. So 3 to 5. It's cutting it close. 2 hours of Empyrean. Where's my hoose? Still in this direction? Probably half an hour is not enough time to do alerts. Also, I have to check in with my staff. Make sure they aren't having a panic while I'm away. I have so much. I took a look at my my hourlies, my wage thing portal. I have been burning so much vacation lately, just trying not to lose any, because I can only carry over so many vacation hours at the end of the year. Like, you can only carry over into the year after. I'm gesturing with my hands here. A year's worth. Now, I've been there for a very long time, unfortunately, because they and I have political we are not on the same spectrum politically, and it's weird that I even work there. But anyways, blah, 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 hand gestures, finger snapping. I've been there a long time. I get 8 hours of vacation per 2-week pay period, so that's 208 hours per year. I had over 300 at the turn of the year, which is when I'm supposed to lose it, but they are working with me because we're at the tail end of a very difficult project, and I couldn't spend all of my time away. But 208. I had over 300. I had nearly 100 hours to burn. I am now, with only a couple weeks left in this month, when the extended deadline is to end, still 265. I've got another 50-something hours to burn. I'm burning a little right now, but it's not really enough. They're going to have to extend that deadline if they don't want a fight on their hands. Let's see. This is useful to me. If I put it in... I really just need to not work for them, but the whole paying your bills thing, you know, this is technically mostly a single income scenario here, so if I don't have it, nothing's getting paid. This is one of the things that makes me politically lean a tad left. It shouldn't be this uptight when we are so post-scarcity. We have so much. We have so much stuff. We literally throw it away instead of reuse and all that stuff. Half of the food we don't even eat. Half of the things we put on the shelves don't get sold. I mean, don't ask me about friggin' paperback books and where they end up before ever getting read. I mean, post-scarcity, absolutely. Not every corner of the world, but definitely this corner of the world. And yet, we're working more and harder for less than ever. Not ever. I mean, but certainly for several generations, the value of our wages have gone down. The costs of our things have gone up. We shouldn't have to work this hard. And if you know, in a rational world, we'd probably be doing 24 hours a week. But the amount of work that needs to get done is the same, which means there's more job openings for other people. And therefore, way less unemployment, way fewer people who need taxes to help them carry themselves through, which means our tax burden goes down, which means we keep more of the wages. which means we get wealthier and work less, have time off for shit. It's all completely possible, so it's just frustrating that it isn't actually happening. That's one of those topics I would spend time talking about. Let's see. Modify. Let's put that in there. Plus, yeah, that does help. Complete. I definitely care about that stuff. Do not have the required materials. I am thinking, though, after mentioning... see, when I posted the link to this channel, or the first video I did for Dwarf Fortress, over to the Dwarf Fortress group in Facebook, it still had the title talking about lefty politics in the title, and that set off a little bit of a firestorm with a few people. Not actually anybody. It's just the same couple of people said, no, don't do that, and then they started arguing with each other. And I'm like, damn it, that's exactly what I was not going for. If I'm going to talk about this stuff, I want to try to talk about it open from both sides, consider and think about everything, and like inquire as to why someone disagrees. Like, where are you coming from? Tell me about that. You know, and people get things out and they feel listened to. They're more likely to listen back, that kind of stuff. That's what I'm aiming for. Doesn't necessarily mean I have to do it during the games. So, and one thing I want to do is actually use streaming as a way to force me to pick up skills by doing them and doing them poorly while streaming. So I'm almost thinking in the evenings I could do that. Yeah, we need more fights. By the way, hello. Shoot. So I'm thinking in the evenings I might do a short, like an hour or maybe even 2 at night, streaming me learning Blender or something, and I could put that stuff there just in case it is something that drives some people away, or I don't know. It's something we'll work out. It's interesting to me. I want to talk about it. Optimistically, if at all possible. Expensive dishes because you'd need travel covered. Oh, that's referring to my chat. Sorry. It's been a while. That's been there since I was testing to make sure it worked. Okay. Just before... How's morning coming along? No? I almost forgot to blend the ingredients for pesto. Well, I didn't really... I'm still talking to myself at this point, so the only topic was maybe I should talk about these things in a different venue where it's less about the game. But I also don't mind. You know, if people want to ask and talk about stuff, I will talk about stuff. Though sometimes I may be distracted, cause depending on if I'm getting jumped by zombies. Alright. Think. Regain my bearings here. Let's put this away. Kind of want to sort this stuff out. Food. Goods. Nope, did those already. I guess over here maybe I could put gear, like tools. Food. I already have plenty of these. I can put that away. Parts. Plants. Yeah, well, in between streams, gotta do the gravity trick with my potted plants. In between streams, I'll probably put some things in the dishwasher. Angry raccoon. Do you promise? I want an angry raccoon. How is this coming along? Is it a zombie raccoon? Is it angry or zombified? That's the real question. Alright, still 17%. So I could go on a quest to find honey. See if I can't finish off this damn infection once and for all. Oh! Rain. Let's see. Weapon out. I have a few too many weapons. Not literally speaking, but for this minimal taskbar here. Alright. Let's see. What should I do with myself? Where have I been? This area seems more dangerous. Over here. Turn in the quest. Oh! How did I not realize there was a whole second town? Some sort of alleyway? Dirt path? It's very straight for a dirt path. There seems to be more industrial stuff going on down here. Plenty of stuff going on over here. Oh. Alright, let us actually sort this crap out. Seeds can be considered a tool. This doesn't belong here. I want this box to just be things you craft from or with. Gas can, but it's also a tool. Empty jars, not really a crafting item. Tool. 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 Sort of tool. In my head, it's more of a tool than a crafting item. These, I don't know, they're more like medicine supplies. It's hard to say. Here, food, and... Wait, that's me. Yeah, food and medicine. None of these really apply. Oof, that took a minute. So I guess put the tools away. Tool. I'll keep the Molotov off. Fuel. Parts. Corn seeds. I'm going to just plant the oaks. Blackstrap coffee. How much do I care about holding on to that? I'm hearing zombies somewhere out there. Footsteps. No. Dumb. Wait a minute. Yeah, when did I get a point? I don't remember getting a point. Alright, you're right. Interest, dimwit. Healing factor cannot go higher. Iron gut, cardio. That sounds nice. Huntsman, living off the land, pain tolerance. Yeah, I would like none. HP loss reduced by 5%. That sounds good. Miner, mother load, pay dirt. I mean, I'm going to want this eventually, though. Let's see. Perception. Reliving the time when this actually happened on Earth, but then the Federation came along. Or rather, emerged from the ruins. Treasure hunter. I mean, I just want all the skills. Can't I have them all right now? Starting to make the name for yourself, you can pick locks 20% faster, 10% lower chance of breaking, and I can make them. I do want that. And in fact, how and where do I make them? I still hear you out there. I see somebody. Oh. Oh, multiple. I'm surrounded. Yeah, I remember references to that. I grew up on TNG, so... I mean, actually, technically, I grew up on the original stuff, too, because back then, you didn't... Could you even buy the episodes? I mean, it was VHS, so it would come on as a rerun, and, like, my dad would record it and then put it up on the shelf. Even to be so careful as to pause to keep out the commercials. So I saw all that stuff too, but it was before my time, but I got to see it all. They also, because of them, I saw all the 50s stuff. So Forbidden Planet, War of the Worlds, The Thing from Another Planet, the good version, Day the Earth Stood Still, all those, sometimes black and white, sometimes colorized, 50s sci-fis. One thing about those, like, there's plenty of junk, but the good ones are better written. The dialogue is better than most modern movies. So I can be doing work or anything, and just listening, like any of those, it's just as good as an audio drama as it is watching the movie. The only problem is I've listened to them or watched them dozens of times, so you know, after a while, I'd watch TNG. Yep. I want to say we started with the whole let's record an episode of TNG on VHS thing. But around that time, the media started getting significantly better, and it was somewhat affordable to buy them yourself, or just came on off enough that we stopped with that habit. But yeah, those are the TNG, Voyager, whatever. Those are the ones that were happening as I was growing up. So, you know, they're impactful. They're part of, to be honest, my politics. My personal leanings are influenced by those. Because they were optimistic, and so would I like to be. It's kind of hard these days, but I want to be optimistic about stuff. So blame them if you want. Let's see. Oh, I was going to find out how to make those things. Let's see. Lockpick. I need a workbench for that. Oof, expensive. But possibly worth it. Okay. Ooh, fog. Neat. This is new to me. I have never seen this game give me fog before. I'll take it. I am a fan of weather. But gosh, this place was overrun. My phone. Okay, that need not be... Hey, do not destroy my stuff. Oh, you... Oop. Fine. Oh, still not done with me, are you? Now you are. Internet nuked the writing industry in a way similar to how it nuked news media. Same amount of money spread over a much wider range. I can see that. I am willing to believe it. And yeah. I want to say when it comes to news as well, like, especially print places. There's if you look on any place that posts news to secondary media like Facebook or whatever, it's full of typos, grammar O's. And it's not like the people are worse than they used to be, but it's that it really has dug into their budgets, and they can't have the army of editors they used to have. And it's kind of sad. And me wanting everybody to be both not overworked, but also, like, secure in their career of choice. You know, it's upsetting. About an hour here. Just, I'm acknowledging the 1/3 of the market. I'll have to build the habit of at least somehow referencing enough of the comments so anybody who's listening knows to what I am replying. Ooh, give me no eggs. I'm still in the game for some money. Should some turn up, please? Have I invaded this house yet? I kind of probably have. Yeah. I'm trying to formulate my thoughts on that one. Is there no way in? There has to be. That's the way in right there. I mean, other than breaking down the door. But I have a few minutes before Joe opens back up. No, wait, what? Oh, here we go. This must be it. Yeah, okay. Boing. Yeah. I used to put torches on the houses. Like, at the front door, I put a torch in places that I cleaned out. But I got the feeling like they didn't last forever. Or something. I just felt like after a while, it was either too much work or they got lost and they weren't as effective as I'd hoped they were. Don't trust my memory on this, but there was. I made an attempt and for some reason it fell off. But yeah, regarding that, I think when places get too big, even if everybody means well, which isn't necessarily a given, but even if everybody does mean well, there's so many layers between the people at the top who make the decisions and the people on the ground who know what's going on, and then to say nothing of the customers who are a further layer removed. What is this? Is that a... What is that? I think that's a bird. It must be a bird, but it looks like it has a big head. Yeah, bird. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, even if they mean well, if they're too big, then the people at the top they only really have spreadsheets. Trader Joe's is now open though, and so when the spreadsheet is your full-time job, you're going to pay attention to the numbers and try to make the numbers better. Oh crap. And what makes the numbers better isn't necessarily the right thing for everybody else. That's a theory. I'm not saying that's exactly what's happening, but that's what I think. And take a look at your thing. No. The game keeps going. But every 7th day, it gets harder and harder. Did I just get injured? Oh yeah. Let's see. Let's get some water in there. So the 7th day, I'm very low skill right now. I have very few good items, so I'm not going to be able to just go down to the ground and fight everything that comes on the 7th day. I'm gonna hide. I don't know what else to do. I'm gonna take this hat. Did I take the hat? No, I didn't. I guess I gave up. So I'll hide. I found a campsite that will probably last through the night if I'm careful, and I'm gonna have to spend the whole 7th day arming the place to have any hope at all, and then just weather it out. And then in the morning they'll kind of calm down, and I'll just pick them off when they're no longer sprinting everywhere, and then build up to the 14th day, and they will be harder. And so hopefully my defenses are better by then. It's one of the things that keeps it interesting for me is it just ramps up. It ramps up and gets harder and harder and harder. So all the work and all the building and learning and doing stuff has a point. It's all about just trying to make it through that 7th night. Against coyotes. Have I seen a coyote? Or are the wolves just coyotes now? Is that it? What is my job here? Oh, I don't have a job here. I was just exploring because I had time to kill. Yeah. I think one thing you'll find is, though I have strong opinions about a lot of stuff, and I think they're reasonably well formulated, that doesn't mean they're formal. Like, there are probably equivalents of them that are, like, official and have been discussed by experts and stuff like that and have real names that I don't know. So that's probably what you're talking about right there. Is there is a real term for this thing, and it's something I more or less came to on my own just by having thought about it too much. But it's also trying to be charitable at the same time. Like, why do the people who make these decisions make decisions that are obviously not great but make sense to them? Is it just because they are still human, they can only do so many hours per week, and their entire week is completely consumed with checking these spreadsheets and talking amongst each other about why this number is going down and why that number is going up? And they're not on the ground, they're not on the front line. And it would be a big ask to put them there. Like, how do you get them on the front line long enough to realize what they're doing? So, that's the charitable end of things. That doesn't necessarily mean that's what they're doing. It could be that some of them know full well and don't care. And they just want more money for themselves. And that does not work for me. I want more responsibility than that. I don't want to tell people they can't make money, but I want them to care. Is there any... I'm just gonna... I haven't found anything amazing. I'm just gonna go deal with Joe real quick. How did I get back in here? I was... not through there. I came down... Yeah, here we go. But my hope and ideal would be to try the charitable approach first before getting angry at somebody. But at the same time, I believe sociopathy is a real thing. And unfortunately, in the way our markets work, it's rewarded. If you are willing to harm others in order for personal gain, turns out there's a market for that. I have my own, again, personal definitions for what that word means. I think they make sense. They may not be official. Yeah. And part of being overworked is overstressed, like, as I think thoughts.
Hello, stranger.
Part of that,
It must
you know,
be
is
my lucky
where
day.
you're gonna, after
Thank
all
you.
that stress and all
And
that
here
time
you
that
go.
you don't have, are you gonna find time to also do all these amazing things that need to be done? It's kind of like you have to be gainfully unemployed just to be able to do something. You can craft baseball hats and letter jackets and take 5% less damage. Oh, cool. I'll take that. I don't trust myself with Molotov cocktails, so I'm not really going to take them over most other rewards. What have you got for me? Buried supplies are boring. I don't want to do that. The rest of these, though, are kind of far away.
I've got just... It's rare to find honor in these dark times.
Sorry, I may have lost my train of thought. Still got a headache. Can I... concussion? Oh. All of which I've stashed away somewhere else. Well, why is it so dark? Okay. Storm or something. Yep. Storm. Yeah. I mean, I myself am in a weird predicament with this kind of thing. I mean, I have my proclivities, I I don't want to say political, but my policy leanings, and yet the people I work for have a very different set. And I should just get out, but like I have bills to pay, and they're not small bills. And so it's a very anxiety-inducing concern. It's like, hey, let's just walk off and not have food. Oh my God, what do you do? Oh, really? Huh. 2 baseball caps welded, well, with tar. Is welded the right word? Is it like glued? Welding in my head, I see like, you know, a Bunsen, not a burner, but, oh God, I can't even think straight. Let's see. Do you have different goods? I feel like his goods switch out more frequently than I am accustomed to, but no, these are the same. So let's just sell some junk. What's this? Robotic parts. I might want to start saving those, possibly. You know what? It's so easy to get glass. Infused is a good word. Brain. Okay, I got a new job.
Thank you, kind sir.
Oh. Did I say I like weather? Because I like weather. But I'm cold. Okay, that's a problem. Find clothing, take shelter. Oh yeah. Attributes are low. Oh! And now I'm dazed from my concussion. Yourself. Really, I just need clothing. Cold resist. Heat resist. I don't have anything better for that right now. Cold resist is both positive. That's not hurting. I could have a better outfit. Could have better pants for sure. Alright, I guess this is going to be cold for a minute. Also, I still need to find slightly more antibiotic substance. It's going down, but it's not going to reach 0. It's going to stop somewhere like 4. Hard-boiled hats. You make the thing that works for you in the moment, and then somebody stops and looks at it and says, I think I can do better. Oh! Wait. That was a quick little storm. Sort of like a Caribbean storm. Comes and goes really quick. This still kind of looks like it's heading for a house. Oh, crap. Eye Candy Company? I knew that was going to happen, yet I didn't. I like the way they, like, stump it. That's a good feature. They have done a lot between versions 19 and 20. I think this is version 20. To really dress it up more than it was. I almost feel like that's the same house. Boop, boop, boop. Take your folding chair. You don't need it. Ooh. I don't trust the look of that floor. Oh, maybe I'll come back to that. Oh, this is a different house. Man, I can't even imagine having a house this big right now. Yeah, well, there's... Oh. I heard that. Where are you? They are, if you head into some of the other quote-unquote biomes, their atmosphere will get dingier, I think. I lucked out to start in a relatively easy area. Well, not easy, but... Well, I guess. Easy is the right word. Give me some leather. Did you know you can chop piles of wooden debris? This is how one cleans house. Rock axe. As one does. And old sandwiches. No, thank you. Huh. Usually there's something in there. Hello, nurse. Salvage a work computer, start playing Plants vs. Zombies. Why not? Trash compactor. Who has a trash compactor? Is that a thing for people's houses? Alright. Somebody was trying to get out of Dodge. Oops, I've been here. What's this? Hiding things in your walls. Huh. Well, I'm just a latecomer, I guess. I mean, I've had access to a dishwasher for as long as I've had this condo. Hello. But I never used it because it was old, and I conceptually didn't like the idea. But had the kitchen redid. Heat resist. That was not actually a good trade. No, it is. Okay. And so that came with a new dishwasher, and now we use it religiously. I guess you'd have to have a pretty big kitchen to have enough room left over for something as niche as a trash compactor. But I don't know what I'm talking about, so take that with a grain of salt. Yes? I heard that. Which one is this? That's not a nurse. That's an actual dog. Okay. Miso soup. Recycle all the chairs, as one does, in their pocket. I was just carrying, you know, half a dozen or more chairs on my person, as one does. I need to make sure not to say that too many times. Food. Let's just completely miss and hit the floor instead. At least I can hit the side of the barn. Yeah, okay, so I'm 10th floor in a condo. So we have a chute. You send the trash down a chute and you forget about it. So actually, I think at the bottom of the chute is a compactor. So, you know, I'm a hypocrite. Now that I think about it. My friends across the river over in Maryland have to take their stuff to a dump. And when I lived in you know, with my parents, they had to make dump runs. It was like a once a week thing. So sure, why not? Do I really want to carry coffee beans? Just getting a little heavy here. Oh man. Thank you for announcing that you're going to come out of the car. Oh, that was a lot. Oh, shoot. Oh. Our thing here is the recycling. It tends to collect in the kitchen for a long time before anybody thinks to take it downstairs. Oh, he gets a pickup as opposed to having to go to a dump. Okay. I see. Oh, yes, please give me all the pills. Give me your antibiotics or your honey. Savage country. Rugged survival gear. Or wear, sorry. That's tempting. I mean, I'll take it, but I won't really wear it if I'm collecting stuff. BCS supplies. No. Oh, wait. I don't need to break that one open. I'll take the ammo. Absolutely. Oh, my foot's going to sleep. Stop it. Is there a way out? It's more of a drop than I like. Okay, alright. Let's get out of here. Shuffle along as fast as I can. I would be impressed if breaking that released high pressure water. That would be great. I don't think they've thought that through, though. You know what? I can repair a bunch of stuff now. Can't believe I'm into my third stream on this particular game, and I'm still infected from the first stream. Ooh, down to 5%. My antibiotics are about to wear off. Yeah. I think I have heard of the electrification of dump trucks. Though there's only like a prototype somewhere, is what I've probably heard about. Oh, you Cuban friggin' boop thing. They will benefit a lot. Like, electric engines or motors are very powerful. I mean, they have to dial them back for automotive use. And they have to put governors in to make sure you don't go hog wild on them. So something really heavy would benefit In fact, there was just an article recently. The prototype Hummer, EV Hummer, was so strong it was popping wheelies, despite being heavier than even a standard Hummer. The thing will be just the battery capacity and how far can they go. But it seems like dump trucks probably have long ranges. They probably have to go from a work site to over here and back and forth and back and forth. The garbage trucks don't go far, but they go a lot. So they'd still have to come back to some kind of home base and recharge. And for something that big and that heavy, they're going to need more battery capacity, which means they'll need to charge longer. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're holding out for some of these other rumored things that are coming down the pipe where you get 5-minute charges. If we get that, the 5-minute charges, then absolutely they'll probably go electric overnight. Yes. I have an EV. It has a pseudo transmission or no transmission. I don't know which to call it. There's reverse, there's forward, and then technically there's L, which I suppose is the approximation of low gear. I actually live on L mode. Whatever L means, I live on it. Because the regenerative braking is really aggressive. You pull off the brake, or pull off the accelerator, and it just slows right down. And I've gotten very used to it. I know exactly when to pull off. So I can go 600 miles from here to my relatives up in New England and maybe not ever have to touch the brake once. The whole way. If somebody does something stupid in front of me, yes, I'll have to touch the brake. But most of the time, I don't. And the regenerative braking is easier on the car. You don't hit the discs. So, like, the wear and tear on brakes is almost nothing compared to a regular car. That's nice, too.
Now we're
But it's just really a function of speeding up and slowing down. Is just how hard I push the accelerator. Deadly combo. Hits with spears scored in quick succession okay, that's not likely to ever happen, but I'll take it. May I see here? Do you have more jobs? Same jobs.
I've got a job.
Old house modular. Someday they're going to have to give these better names.
God bless you and good luck.
I'm going to sell this because I don't care. That. I've got so many of these. Oh, you know what? I should probably have that out. Oh, I should just plant those damn trees before I forget again. Light. Someday I'll have a light source that I can wear. I've got plenty of water. I'll sell these. And still the same goods.
Thanks for shopping here. Come again.
Thank you. Of course, my poor car has a recall on it. But they're just about done with that. They're nice. I've been doing EVs for a few years now. I can't imagine going back. They're just so much more lively. I mean, there's a couple intersections down below here when I'm coming home where you will meet the local muscle car owners, and that's a relative term. Like anybody who's buying a Mustang or Dodge Charger or whatever the other ones are, Camaros. They're generally doing it for, the vroom vroom, the gurgling engine, the get up and go, and yet whisper quiet without hardly a peep. If we're at the same green light, it goes green, I'm gone. That Mustang is still thinking about it. I love it. But I don't get the opportunity to do that safely very often, so I'm not gonna put anybody in danger just to show off. Yeah, and right now used are even as expensive as new, which is because of the supply chain breaking down somewhat. Oh, look, more points, and still got a headache. That's a long headache. I'm also over time. I'm gonna end the stream fairly soon and come back and do Imperial. Maybe I could just keep going. I'm not actually under any schedule. I just need to be done before I cook dinner. But anyways, what am I saying? Oh, let me get rid of this. Yeah. They will, in short order, be less expensive than their equivalent. They are still more expensive now, but that's only because the production chain is still small. Oh. So as it broadens out, when it becomes as probably even only as half as broad as fossil car production is, they will cost less to make, and they already cost less to fuel and already cost less to maintain. So, within a couple of years, buying a fossil pickup will cost less than buying a EV pickup, hands down. But that's still new. If you're not being well treated enough, we're gonna have to hope that the hand-me-down market sort of gets back to where it used to be, where it's actually less expensive than the new. It's coming. I'm just standing here. Oh yeah. As I gain my sanity. I think I was gonna make a new way back up to the roof. So that's what I was doing. There are some alternatives to the lithium in the pipeline. I don't know how much better they are, or if they are. And I will say that in my homeland, up in Maine, I'm not there now, and that makes me sad, but we did discover a massive lithium deposit that is considered strategic. I mean, it's so big that it's of strategic importance to the country. And it comes in these giant spodumene crystals. Oh, I'm sorry. I wonder if I can turn that down. Find it. Turn this down a little bit. Okay, hopefully that was enough. Strategic grade lithium deposit in Maine. Spodumene crystals. Sometimes some of these are huge, like 200 feet long. That is It's about as good a way of getting access to the lithium as you can possibly hope for. There's no toxic metals involved, no toxic anything involved. It's just you've got to remove a lot of rubble and get at it, and then when you're done, the miners have to be responsible for filling it back in and replanting the area so that no harm is done at the end. And Maine is very strict about that stuff. You've got to. It's like one of the most strict states in the country for clean up after yourself when you're done. But they're planning to do it, so it's not going to completely change the market overnight, but it's nice to know it's there. Did that lightning even still interfere? Plus, there's sodium ion batteries that I don't know what's going on with them or anything about them yet. I've just heard about them. Okay, good. And to a certain degree, it's the lithium. There's enough. Lithium is very common, but finding deposits of it that are rich enough to be worthwhile, unless we come up with a better technique, it will be expensive. But the same can be said for the fossil fuels. Their supply is not infinite, and if they're desperate enough to even try going into the Arctic for it, that means they're actually quite desperate. There was a thing. The EESU. I was so hopeful. This was like 10 years ago now. I was so freaking hopeful about the EESU. It was practically ceramic. It had huge capacity. Almost zero toxic anything. Nothing hard to come by was required to make them. They would charge almost, not instantly, but very fast. They would retain the energy that's in them longer without leak. There's some leakage no matter what, but their leakage was like miraculously low, and it was just fabulous. And they had and demonstrated a model even to the military, who was very interested. And then nothing. What happened? Where'd they go? It's not fair. That would have revolutionized everything instantly. It's just like, what the? I want the ESU. I mean, 2-minute charges, 600-mile range. I mean, the fossil fuel industry, at least for automation, would have been dead overnight. Let's see, what can I live without right now? What time is it? It is mid-afternoon, well, late afternoon, 5:50. I got some daylight left. I should go looking for... Yeah, my infection's starting to go back up again. Dang it, Bobby. Oh, I do need to eat. All right. Let's see. Where can I find other sources of medicine? Yep. I think that's what it was. They're making a single prototype that works and is demonstrable and people are excited about is one thing, and then figuring out how to do it at scale. Like how do you get a whole bunch of conveyor belts and funny robots to do the same thing that you just did? That might have proven to be challenging. I can only guess. It's just, I want it, I want a solution. I want a release valve for all the anxiety people have about these concerns, which are valid concerns, and the answers aren't immediate. Oh, thank you for the stack of wooden blocks. This is why... Oh, what have we got here? Savage Country. Do you think they have medicine too? It was gear, wasn't it? It was like LL Bean or something. Savage Country. I think it was where. Rugged wear. Yep, for primal survivors. What did they know? Locked. Man, they're not really going to have medicine unless there's in the bathroom there's a medicine cabinet. So the odds are not great. Here's popping pills again, but we've just been through there. So unless like the quest showed up here that reset the zone, it would be like 30 days before I even have a hope of something new. Yeah, I've been here. Dang it. Crack a book. Bottomless barrel buffet, been there. Is that equivalent to a Cracker Barrel or something? Ooh, a chicken. If there can be zombie vultures, how can there not be zombie chickens? And would that be worse? Straight to the bathroom. Maybe not. Come to me. Oh, not a good time for headache. Oh, yeah. that. I think that's a take worth attempting. Baton? I do appreciate, I think, when reading books, you get some experience as well. Alright, lady in a party outfit in the library. Well, not the library. The bookstore. I do like this game. It's kind of good that the streaming actually makes for a better venue for this game than the Let's Plays ever were. Come on. Ye with fake hair color. Actually, no longer storming. I think I will turn the background to back up a little bit. Not all the way, though. Yeah, I know about the concussion. I probably should have raided my stash while I was there, but I forgot to. Gosh, it's all paper. Nothing but paper. Potato seed recipe. Learn how to make potato seeds. I think that makes sense. Ooh. Flaming arrows. That works for me. Hello, I heard you. I see. I think one of the things we may end up being cornered into doing by pragmatism is finding ways to need cars less. And that's going to be hard for many sectors of this country and most others. Maybe not most others, but many others. We've gotten so used to being so far out that cars are absolutely mandatory. And they're not going to want to give that up, and I wouldn't want to ask them to. But at the same time, if cars and fuel and batteries and all that stuff don't quite add up right, probably have to try at the very least to make more suburban and urban areas more attractive than they currently are, so that at least the ones who absolutely have to be out along the edges don't have to compete quite so much for the gear that they'll still need. Ooh. What are you saying? Let's see. Fun fact, potato fruit look like tiny green tomatoes and are insanely deadly. Potato fruit? That's a new one for me. I don't know if I've heard of that. I will say, when I was a kid, up in Oxford County, Maine, we had a yard, which was, something I don't have right now. And being dumb and a kid, I picked a plant. Let's get more pink stuff. I don't actually want pink stuff, but let's see. Seems to be a theme going here. I'll get rid of the pink as soon as I get anything else. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh, I picked a little plant. I think it was even clover-like. Had a flower, a small kind of white, unassuming flower up top. It was a kind of the carpet plant that you get in the grass. Doesn't get tall. Just sort of coexists. Pumpkin. Bia. I don't really drink Bia. Gosh, this darn headache. I'm gonna get rid of these. I can make more later. Food 3. Dysentery 0. Well, that's good. Anyways, the plant. I picked it, and up came this tiny little tuber root thing. It looked like a tiny, tiny cucumber. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It did. And I was like, oh. Because we grew cucumbers in our garden patch. And it looked just like them. Even though they don't grow underground normally. I bit into that and holy crap. A pain shooting through. Just like stabbing right up my tongue into the back of my head. I don't even know. It's also conflated by memory, which is always unreliable. But man, that hurt. I did not swallow whatever it was. I should wonder, actually, what the hell it was. It was very unassuming. Yeah, wait. Ooh, what is this? Battery schematic. Speaking of batteries, I feel like I'm being followed. Yep. Give me a moment. I'll read that long comment in a second. Telework, yeah. Yeah, I'm mixed feelings about less cars. If it were to happen, I would want it to be that people wanted it to happen, not people just saying, hey, you have to have less cars. I don't want to tell people what to do. But I can see some benefit to people not feeling the urgent need to have them if... I don't know. I also am looking forward to automatic cars. Rather self-driving. Because I realize automatic could mean multiple things now. At least in suburban and urban areas where it's like publicly owned or, could be a private company too, I suppose. I'm feeling cornered and slow. Okay. What the hell was going on? I probably didn't need to drink that, but okay. Food. And one of the prime reasons I'm interested in those is because if they work out, and there's a fleet of these cars in a town, and people pay a subscription to use them, and it's relatively inexpensive compared to owning a car anyways. And you're just like, I feel like going to Krista's house today or something, or I need to move a couch. I'm delivering a couch to so-and-so. They wanted it. I need to get it out of the house, whatever. They just say, I need pickup. And like 5 minutes later, pickup shows up. And they fill it up. And it takes them to where they were going. And they unload it. And they like, I'm going to stay for dinner. And so they just sort of dismiss the pickup and it goes off to a new job. And that vehicle, regardless of what class it is, what job it was meant for, it may be constantly busy. It will have to stop for maintenance and fuel, no matter what. But it will be otherwise constantly busy. So while the number of miles driven by cars... Oh, it's gone dark, has it? So this coming day, I'm going to have to really focus. But anyways, what am I saying? Hand gestures help me think. Hold on. So there will be many more car miles driven, probably, because more people have more easy access to the vehicles. The actual number of vehicles themselves ought to be a lot fewer, because personally owned vehicles, except for people who work out of their car, personally owned vehicles spend like 98% of their lives doing nothing, just sitting there taking up space. And these vehicles won't. So probably the actual number of vehicles may drop by like 2/3, even though there will be as many or more trips being made. And if they're publicly owned, or not publicly but centrally owned, then they're just like an underground garage somewhere, and these cars drive themselves in, they plug themselves in, and they squawk to their control center saying, I need maintenance on this axle because it's just... It won't be ignored the way a person might if they're worrying about their bills or whatever. So maybe that'd be good. Maybe. I could see... And if the vehicles were all sort of operating us along certain lanes and in certain ways, and they could communicate with each other and or the network, and on top of having sensors, proper sensors and stuff, the flow of traffic ought to be smoother. And we ought to need far fewer lanes, which means you could open places back up. Like the front yards that used to be consumed by the expanding highway could be given back to people, or turned into parks, or more room for more housing so that the cost of housing goes down. It feels like a virtuous cycle. So I'm interested in the idea, though I can't promise it will work. I have hope. I have optimism. I have gone in the wrong direction for my current quest. Why did I come here? I was hoping for, like, another medicine cabinet or something. And now it's dark. Yeah. That's what I'm hoping. That it will just naturally, without offending anybody, without taking anything away from anybody, it will just work out that way. And if there are fewer of them, if there's less demand, then the prices should go down for those who do need to have one for, personally for some reason, or if they're too far away, or if they are someone who works out of their car for some reason, then the pressure that keeps the prices high should come down, and then it will be more affordable for them. And so, win-win. It's not a zero-sum game. It's the sort of thing where one person or one thing benefiting actually improves the benefits for those around them. That's what I hope. But unfortunately, the zombie apocalypse happened first, and none of that came to pass. What, you get in the car and tooth cleaning en route? Yeah. And there's going to be, regardless of what happens with EVs and auto cars, there are people who are going to have vintage vehicles who want to keep them, the Jay Lenos or whatever, who just like having a handful of cars that are kept pristine well past their expiration dates. And as long as that's relatively few people, then there's really almost no harm done. And we should be able to make room for that. No problem. Not that very many of us can afford to do that. It's really pandering to unusual circumstances. But, it's not so unusual, I guess, for someone to hold on to an old muscle car that they may have inherited or bought when it was junk and then spent 10 years making like new again. I mean, that should be... There should be room for that. Self-driving zombie cars, chariot with a human arm on a... yeah, there you go. Oh man, I'm a bit late to... There are vehicles in this game. And some of them are quite fun. My first 7 days are usually just trying to build skills and figure out where I can hole up safely. I'm a bit overweight to want to risk getting into too many fights in the dark. Let's see if I can lose some things. I don't really need cornstarch right now. Am I? No, I'm not. Okay. I still need food. I didn't pick up any new food, so... Well, blueberries. They're just not going to be good for a whole lot. Gosh, already back up to 10%. If I had had some honey handy, that would have been enough between that and the antibiotics to actually finish off the infection for good. But now I'm going to need at least 2 honeys or a whole other antibiotic. But at least they still exist in the game. I finally found one. They're real. They weren't taken out. Alright, let's see. People out in the hallway talking. Healing factor, fortitude. What do I get? Dismember with fists and machine guns. I don't care about dismembering. I just need this to unlock other things like better healing. Yeah. What I'm hoping is there one of these that makes me more resistant to getting infected in the first place? Oh yeah. I remember we used to get this magazine at my house when I was growing up called PCM. I think it was like Personal Computer Magazine or something. And it had coding examples for BASIC, and you would get into your Color Computer 3 or whatever and type in these small programs that were published so you could learn BASIC. And I remember the first time I ever noticed a hard drive ad in the back. It was like 2 megabyte hard drive or something dinky like that, and it was $2,000. And this was $2,000 in like 1988 money or 1989 money. It was probably $4,000, $5,000 today for like just what a few years later would fit on a CD. It was just. Which actually pisses me off a little bit. Like, I went to college up in Maine, and the prices kept going up and up and up and up, and they'd always cite technology costs. I'm like, but technology's coming down in price. The computers are, like, dropping by half every year, and you're claiming increased technological costs as why the everything else has to go up. Makes me wonder. Alright, well, I need to spend this point on something, and unfortunately it's just 1 point. Infiltrator lockpicking, I've done that. Can't have that. Athlete. Ooh, grants stamina. That could be useful. Yeah, it would. That's hard to imagine. Right now, I keep out of complete temptation looking at 3000 series graphics cards. I'm still on a 1080 Ti, whatever, whatever. I put this computer together like 3 or 4 years ago, and it's still fine, mostly. But I understand the 3000 ones are better, obviously, but also use less energy, and which probably means it would heat the house less to run this computer. But I look at the price of like $1,200 for one of those, and it's like this I can't justify that, and yet compared to what that HD that is now $4,500, or would have been if it was in today's money. And today that's like a couple of bucks. I mean, not a hard drive, but the SD cards are so much more than that, and they cost practically nothing. I'm so distracted. I'm looking for something. I like light armor. I'm more likely to use light armor. Hidden strike, cutthroat. Your sneak attacks deal more damage. That is good. Ooh, making less noise in general. That is good. But I think I want to get more going here, so I'm going to increase on the intellect. I want to get access to making things. Grease monkey, like for example, making myself some Vickles. Alright, I think I'm going to risk. I feel less overweight now. I'm going to head... Oh. Okay. I'm going to make noise. How did they even hear me? Oops. Oh, at least I hit somebody. Well, that was expensive, but probably worth it. I'm hearing more. Yeah. Crack a book. Are we still in the? Are we in the back of the Crack a Book store? Have I been here before? No, these boxes are unopened. No, I'm dumb. We only just arrived here. Nice. Blade trap and bicycle chassis. Probably going to end up being right back up to 30 or 40 infected before I find my next mitigating supply. Oof. I don't know. I probably should go down, but I also don't want to. They're gonna come through a wall is what they're gonna do. I mean, if they already know I'm here, there's not much reason sneaking around. Locked. Though it sounds like they're going through wood. Ooh. Drop a bomb. Sprinting power attacks have a high chance of knocking down your opponent, and weapon flashlight mod. At such an early stage of the game, everything is new to me. Yeah, I see you. I hear you. Oh. AK-47. Just make one from scratch, no big deal. Nose in here. Whoa! Ooh, that guy looks big. Oh gosh. Ooh. Scary. Those ones probably weren't from inside. Not part of the point of interest, whatever it's called. I still see some here. Well, that's not so bad. I can get through this. Custom order for what? I may have lost my train of, or your train of thought. Ooh, I could use that. Cars again, or something else? Or anything in general? Or you mean computers, maybe? Oh! How the heck? Back off, Bonzo. Alright, these guys are going to get through. I was starting to think so the more I was talking. Just a whole lot of times. I feel bad now. Okay. Gosh darn it! Uh-oh. Okay. No, 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 no! Shoot! No, 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 no! Oh, no! Alright, stop eating me. Now, one does need to explain how one can come back to life. I think that's fair. This is the sort of thing where hardcore would make a lot of sense. Oh, and where was that? This way, huh? Fully look, yeah. It was, yes, that's what it is. All a dream. I didn't used to like old cars. I almost wonder if it's something that happens as you age, as you start to like old cars more or something. But I really didn't. But nowadays, when I see a well-maintained one, or even one that is sort of in ruins but could be restored, I have a similar reaction. Like, Somebody should put a battery in that thing and then make it go climb walls, because that's what's going to happen. All the torque on that thing. I think the one complication would be you need to make a lot of room for that battery. And the vehicle may not immediately be ready for it, but probably could be made to be so. Somebody has taken a Tesla, one of the S's. Oh, for crying out loud. I should be more careful. We've got 2 now. This is untenable. I've got a couple of minutes before dawn here. I'm running. Alright, now they're back to normal. Just like that. Snap of the finger. Now I'm doing the fisticuffs I said I'd never do. Yeah, someone took a Tesla and put in their own... It's a group called One something? I think it's called One? Probably wrong, but... Their battery... Like, the Tesla S, I think you could get mid-300s out of one of their batteries if you pay extra and whatnot. But this one whatever group people, theirs is doing 600. What I haven't heard is it a fast charging battery or is it slow? I don't know. But 600 is roughly the distance I'd need to go to get from where I am now to up in the holidays to where the family is. And if I got all the way there without having to charge, and then it took a week to charge, well, okay, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of a trade-off, but I haven't actually heard one way or another. But it's good news-ish that, hey, someone's made a battery that's twice the range. But again, you probably run into what we were mentioning before, where it's like, making one is one thing, making it at scale is something else, possibly entirely. Man, I died. That makes me sad. How'd they get in again? They just came right through the walls is what they did. Whoops. Well, I'm cured of every affliction I had before. You piss me off, lady. Wait, how dare you? Oops, sorry about that. I didn't mean to go that far. Where's my stuff? Boy. Wait, did that? Oh, nice. It went straight back on. When you are young, you have no reference point, so everything is sort of equivalent. When I was younger, and probably still to this day, I think that my head would turn, which is perfectly normal, at the new and unusual things. And things that seemed like progress or futuristic. Oh, dang it. Nope. And the older stuff felt backwards. And now that, as you say, I have more experience, whatever, there's more angles to look at them from than was the case before. It's more than just, hey, that's a relic. It's, hey, somebody really thought through that design and really liked what they did. And, you know, it's classy. All right, let's scope out what there is to do. What there is left. Okay, I'm not getting through that anytime soon. So, show me medicine cabinets. Nope. Seriously, though, come on. No first aid kits anywhere? It feels like some sort of Regulatory violation. That's what that feels like to me. No safety kits at all. Who's thick roof? Empty shelf. Yeah, well, the game is still voxel based, so quite thick. I'm dubious about trying to do a mission on the 7th day, because by sundown I need to be well protected. Very well protected. And food. I should think about food. Well, there's a food factory right there. If I haven't completely raided it yet, they probably have some supplies I could use. So how about I split my time? All I really need is to be on the roof and put some gear down that will slow them down if I need to start shooting. Start rebuilding. Oh, too close to that tree. Sorry. I'll do it right here. Okay, let's check this place out. Yeah, the other game I like to play, Empyrean, I think I can forego. I'm kind of on a roll here, or at least still interested. What am I saying? Is similar. It's sort of voxel based, and it's kind of thick like this, about the same. And it's kind of frustrating trying to make interesting or sleek looking ships and bases when you have to deal with stuff this thick. It requires... Oi. What's going down underneath? A good eye, I think, to cope with the design limitations available. But making, a voxel half as thick means for one, you'd need to have 8. So it's an eightfold increase in the number of objects that the game would have to track. So I understand. It would take much larger graphics cards, I think, to cope. They'll get there, but... oh, I actually didn't think I was going to make it across. Wait a minute. What's going on in my inventory here? Put that back. Put that back. Scrap. Actually, I'll scrap these two. They're good for something. Wait. Oh, yeah, this is a factory. I was like, what's all this gear for? So I have to do acrobatics. Is that it to get through this? Is there a point to going? I don't think I'm gonna... unless there's a storage bin somewhere with lots of... stop. With lots of... hey, dude. Food in it. Oops. Quick miss. Bye. Nice. Yep. So actually you have to wonder what the heck happened if it's concrete this thick, what the hell hit the building? I mean, I when time and money permit, I will sometimes go to Puerto Rico, well, Culebra off the coast of Puerto Rico, and they got to make their things out of concrete just to take the wind when certain unfortunate events occur. And of course, this building is over 4 stories tall, so this one had to be concrete, the one I'm living in. I think that's just a local reg. You can't have a solid wood building below a certain, or above a certain number of stories. But I mean, they're good. The sound absorbing. You don't hear your neighbors in this building. It's really nice, actually. I hope you don't, because I talk all the time while we're here. Maybe they ever complain, though. What have we got up there? Alright, this is more good for temperature resist. The other's better for fighting. Am I going to find any food here? Well, you know, that's a fine theory, because we've got multiple things to consider. Well, I mean, whatever happened quickly enough. The timeline is confusing, because it seems like people had a lot of time to get out, and yet a lot of people were caught. But then a lot of time seems to have passed. A lot of these cars have been rusted out. A lot of the buildings have decayed. So maybe the virus does attack other substances just beyond, animal physiology. But also trees grow wicked fast. You know, if I planted some of these, like right there, I planted an oak. In, day 10 or something, nothing's going to be practically full grown. And you have to explain that. How is it? I mean, for practical purposes, you need it if you want a steady supply of wood. But what's the logic? Well, how does it grow that fast? Is it the same thing? Is it good for plants? Is it from plants? Are the plants taking over the world? I know there was a bad M. Night Shyamalan movie about that, but you have to ask, is that what's going on? I'll drink coffee. Why not? My inventory from getting on too far along. Let's see. But I haven't found... Well, wait a minute. My urge for food... was diminished by the fact that I am no longer starving. Multiple plague, zombies, first few ways people hungered down. Yep, I can believe it. I'm willing to accept that story. Oh, we got another one. Hey, lady. Noise. So that was a little bit of a bust. Maybe? Oop. Let's just destroy the duffel bag. That's fine. Yeah, I've been through here. Alright, let's... It's still early. 8:19. That's my birthday. Where's home? Where's home? Home is here. Uh-oh. Getting dark again. EKC. I am not familiar with EKC. That must have been newly added this version. Alright, well, if I'm going to get wet, I need to... Wait. Armor resist. Doesn't really mention keeping water off. Oh well. Until I actually start getting cold, I'll leave it on. Oh, Eye Candy Company. Okay. Shamway. So, they package the Shamway stuff over there, but then they deposit it here. I wonder if tier 2 or 3 mission or quests or tasks would bring me back to some of these places. It'd be nice to be able to refresh the supply by resetting the point of interest. Crash boom. Crash boom. Alright, so let us see. I have quite a few made already, so I probably should... Oh, no, let's make some of these. Whee. This oak here I planted, and not that long ago, and it's already... It's a fair question. How is that happening? I'll take it. I will take it. Whoops, that is not a food stuff. Neither is that. Beer. I just want to sell the beer. I don't want to drink it. Food. Actually, there's one. Hello. I'll hold on to that for medical purposes. Building supplies. Ooh, that's a nice deduction. Oh, and I still have that point of it. Oh, did I get a new... Yeah, I just recently got a new... Why is that bar red? The experience bar above the tools is red. It's usually blue. Maybe that's an additional indicator that I'm on the 7th day. Alright, well, let's see. Electrocutioner, robotics. Robotics. But first... Grease monkey. Can craft bicycle parts. Oh, but you know, in order to make these things, I need to be able to make a workbench. So I still need more intellect first. Alright, next time... There is a supply plane. I think it comes after the day, like noon on the day after the 7th day. I think. Alright. So, I've made these. Wait. These. Oh, hello, wolf. I've got no ammo left on that. Wolves are good for steak, technically. And I missed. Alright. I am not well armed for the coming night at all. Okay, this is just not... Yep, I'm sorry about that, but I'm not. Are you a coyote or are you a wolf? Oh man, run fast. Really? That's supposed to make sense that they would run. They're not zombies. Stop dodging. There we go. I thank you for your sacrifice, dear dog, wolf, coyote thing. I will put you to good use. Squelch, squelch. I almost certainly have raided this place. I must have. However... Ooh, gosh, no. Alright. Let us make this place inhospitable. Now, this is somewhat dangerous to me because if I fall off, I will be injured. Oh! Dang it. Okay, that's an issue. I can't put it on the walkway because the walkway is raised. What's with the purple? Is it because I'm there? Okay, I'll take it, I guess. I don't need this right now. Let's get rid of this. What? What? Why did I do it twice? Okay. That's why it's purple. So why didn't you put... Why can't I put it there? This is some sort of paper-thin extra doodad. Yep, apparently so. Otherwise, the tar would take a long time to get through. One thing I learned very early in this game was don't try to hide underground. They will follow. They're good at digging. They're better at digging than they are at climbing, by a lot. Okay, come on. Oh, it's the same problem again. Okay. Apparently you have to get rid of the paint before you can put anything down. Yep. Supply runs are important. You should do that. Because the way things go, everyone else is going to be doing it too. Yes, they will fall. In fact, actually, the mechanics are not terrible. If I were to go over to that house right there and start cutting away like the foundation, it will stand up longer than it should, but eventually the calculations will catch up with it and it will fall in on itself. It will do it. It's a lot of work though for a very quick benefit, but it does work. I'll have to make more of these. I think I've got... Whoa! Are you serious? There was a landmine here. What? I am so very injured right now. Do I have to like search all the grass for landmines? I was not expecting that. I was not. Yep. No, unfortunately, they will go after the structure you are in, and they will try to take it down. If they can't path straight to you, they will attack the thing between them and you. So, to a degree, this building will fall down if I let them go at it long enough. Which is why these things that slow them down are emotionally important to me right now. If I have any ammo at all... Whoop, dang it, Bobby. If I have any ammo at all, I'll need to get as good a shot as I possibly can, and that will mean keeping them stationary if I can help it. Or as close to as possible, and they will injure themselves on it, and sometimes their legs will rip off on it, and that slows them down a lot more. There's that. Someone is knocking on my door. I'm gonna pause real quick. Oop, I'm back. Someone delivered a package, and also my front door was ajar. So they knocked to let me know, which was nice. I think that's one benefit about living in this kind of sort of multi-story construct is there are buffers between you and people. Like they have to get through the front gate and they have to get up the elevator, and the doors are locked and stuff like this. So people are sort of calmer on the inside, I guess. Now I was going to make more barbed wire. How much more? Need more than that. Ooh, tons. 74, probably excessive. Let's go with 40. I'm not going to be able to remove this is going to provide an unfortunate pathway I don't want them to have access to. This is neat. This is a new construct I've not seen before, though the floating water is a little disconcerting. Also, it's just as well that thing got delivered when it did, because it was supposed to be for Valentine's Day and they shipped it on the wrong date. So now I have the opportunity to hide it before anybody sees it. Alright, these guys do more damage than the barbed wire, but they don't slow things down quite so much. I can't believe I found a landmine. Improve my health somewhat. Let's keep going over here. Oop. I would like a game akin to this. Oh, many games, but a game akin to this where it's sort of post-apocalypse again, but it's not zombies. It was like aliens hit. And there's still leftovers from what they did that you have to deal with. And maybe they swing by on occasion and you have to hunker down in the same kind of way. I don't know the full story in my head, but it's... I'd like to play that game too. Also, I want to play the reverse of that, where this is a game I've had in my head for a long time, but I lack the skills and time and budget and everything to actually make a game ever, so that's not going to happen. So I don't mind saying so much, but where you are the invading alien, and it's still like this. You have to build... It's sort of a strategy. It's a PvE, maybe a group game kind of thing, but still. It looks like I'm going to need more after all. Another 20. You're the invading alien. And you're tiny. You're like half an inch tall, and your ships are smaller than baseballs and whatever. And, you know, you're coming down in somebody's backyard, and you land in the grass, and... You know, the first thing you see is a giant cat wanders over and bites your ship and wanders off with it or something. And so you've got to build from, you know, a new base or something and start working your way up towards actually being able to take the natives. Before you can even think about taking the humans, you got to deal with the house cat first. That kind of thing. I like that idea. I think that would be fun. But still, the mechanics are the same. You're building, you're trying to survive. That kind of stuff. So this gap sucks. I'm not pleased that there's a gap and that it's going to take so much work to break that barrier. But hey, this will slow them down. They come from a random direction. Maybe random directions plural, but whenever this happens, there'll be a first wave of zombies that come. And crap, I need food. Oh wait, you know what? I actually have something approximating food now. And I do need more wood. Ooh, a flaming barrel. Nice. It used to be you could take the flaming barrel and move it to other places and use it as a light source. But now they're static. I don't know why they changed their mind about that. But yes, alien wildlife, or, you know, invaded, maybe even something about the alien invasion infected the world, or left behind some, like, virus or genetics. So maybe even that's your zombie apocalypse was an accidental byproduct, ooh, I could use that, of aliens. And so it has a very alien aesthetic to it. but it still has the same kind of underlying mechanic. It's a familiar story, but it's unique in this new way that has an explanation that is not completely absurd or unbelievable, at least. I heard that. I heard something. And now that it's not storming, I'm going to turn the volume up a little bit more. Yeah, I know I'm hungry. But I can do something about that. Ah, 2 o'clock in the afternoon already. I think we'll stick around for this, unless you need to go, but I'm kind of interested now. I want to see if I can make it until morning, before the end of the stream. You arrive on an alien planet right as they have a nuclear war, and you have to survive and maybe repair your ship. Oh, dang it. I did not mean to do that. I can believe it. Tool. I wish these weren't so friggin' expensive to make. Oh, yeah. I'm done. I need the food, though. Let's see. Food. I don't think I have the skill to make much else. Bacon and eggs. Those are nice. Some sort of survival and crafting, but you can go nuts on the environment. Sure. I do hope they make more progress on the voxels or whatever replacement is, easier on the system than voxels, but more visually impactful. But I like being able to affect the world. Affecting the world is what keeps it a big part of what keeps it interesting for me. So, I'll play RPGs for the story sometimes, but I find my patience for that has gone down over time. But if you can't really change the world, it's hard to stay interested. Once the story's been seen, what's the point anymore, Sure. That makes sense. Suit integrity. I mean, if you lose the integrity, you're pretty much kaput. But the suit is way more reparable than you are. So it makes sense, yeah. Maybe even sometimes you can find some other suit and switch up, and that's why you suddenly have a huge upgrade in terms of your capabilities and or health or other things. I see a sewer tunnel. I think I have walked through the perimeter of this thing before. What else can I make? Can I make... I cannot make any ammo right now. Okay. That's unfortunate. There are a lot of different ways you can make these stories work. Can I make candles? Yes. But only that kind? What else am I missing? I'm used to being able to make other things too. Bedroll candle. Wood log. Wooden ladder. They climb ladders very easily. I don't want to risk that. Well, I was hungry. I should eat. Food. Well, since I'm not looting things right away, I'll probably switch glasses in the middle of the night. Gaps. Oh yeah, I was putting down other kinds of things, but it doesn't... Oh, you know what would be smart, actually? if I were smart... Here it is. I'm just dumb. If I were smart, I would put some of these inside the building. Because they are going to get through, and they're going to come down in here and start hacking the place up. Ooh. How did I miss that? They're going to start hacking this place up. Abso-frickin-lutely. They are. So actually, taking things down that they can climb would be a good idea. And then put traps in here to give them injury while I can't aim at them. Is a valid approach. Ugh. Also, here's a board. Some possible backstory. City vanished in blast of atomic bomb. Seaport went up in smoke and flame, witnesses say. Illegible, 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 some lady. Habitat for Humanity spring picnic. I know people who do Habitat for Humanity. Epic. I don't know what that is. Around the world, but illegible. A guy yelling. Police? Something? Maybe? Lawless. Capture the flag. Team Black? Illegible. Oh, gosh, I thought that was the guy standing there. Okay. So a lot going on. Hey, laptops are new. Interesting. Can I get anything from this? Oh, man, this is... Oh! Yes. Maybe I can extract a 3000 series card from these guys and install it in my computer. Oh, there's a lot going on back here. It's all stuff I've seen before, but it's also been a few streams. So it's a couple of weeks ago now, since I've been in here. There's the tube. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, when do you give up and finally buy? In regards to 4 or 5 days series. Like, as soon as you get it, it's obsolete. And the next one, while still expensive, won't be as expensive. What do we got here? Okay. This is just never a good time to buy, but if you don't ever buy, then you're never going to have anything. Bit of a quandary. Oh no, my item needs repairs. Oh, I have the means, actually. I can repair it. I forgot. What do we got here? Oh. Okay. Just things that I don't want them to have too much to stand on. I think I'm going to spend most of my time under here. So I'm going to put some... Well, I'm going to put something in each room, just to slow them down and give them harm. And not me harm. Don't harm me. I just don't... If they're going to break through in the night, as they will, I don't want them to have an easy time of it. Maybe... Should I put a second layer? I don't really have the supplies to make a complete second layer. Maybe what I can do is bottleneck this business. So if they're going to come through here, it's through a pathway. And they're usually too dumb to negotiate something this complicated. So they'll just barrel straight through it. But I will see what I'm doing better than they will. Alright, I've got a few minutes before things go wonky or sideways. Hello! Can I speak to you about your limited car warranty thingy? Whoa! That was quite a hit. Gone dark. Is that because of storm or because of nastiness coming? I don't know enough. I have never... I program. Programming is a different level from hardware. You can do both. But I have spent my life programming. I have been able to trust other people with the hardware successfully for the most part. And, I put this thing together and I didn't break it and I didn't melt it and I didn't set it on fire. So that's good. But I generally had to ask other people, hey, what's the right combination of things that I should get? There's even a website. I can't remember the website you probably that helps with that sort of thing. But the only takeaway I got from the 3000 stuff was it was technically better than what I got, but also just, even if it were the same, it was using less power and producing less energy. And that seemed like a not terrible thing. I'm kind of would like to be more efficient if I can help it. Oh, craps. Thankfully, I did not get poisoned. Let's see. What am I doing? I need to eat. Where's the bacon and eggs? There it is. Rained on bacon and eggs, but... And yes. Yeah. The question, I guess, in my head is the 3000 series, is it one of those optimization, or is it a whole brand new thing and you want to wait for, a few more versions of that to come out before they've really nailed it? That sounds completely fair to me. The one caveat, or maybe resistance to that, is needing someone to buy them to help properly fund the improvements and the optimizations. And that's I'm not really a fan of Elon Musk or Tesla. Like, his behavior and attitudes are a little strange for me, but in general I approve of the method they took with Tesla, insofar as the first thing they did was make a sports car that rich people will buy just to show off. Because the budget to make full scale, dozens of factories to bring the car price down to what everyone else is willing to pay wasn't going to happen right up front. You had to get some people who wanted to show off to buy overpriced vehicles that weren't as good, so that better vehicles that cost a fraction of the amount. So I see that as a pathway that kind of works. Lithography improvement. So that is a term that might require some explanation, if you don't mind. Translation, perhaps, is a better way to put it. Rod, this is sort of a food. Let's pull out It wasn't the lack of meat at this point, it was the lack of eggs. And I'm doing okay. I'm going to wear these glasses now. I'm going to put the others away until I know better. Okay. Aren't we down, pardon my ignorance, but aren't we down kind of to the point where it's going to be hard for them to fit anymore, just because, like, they're so tiny that electrons sort of leak over into other parts that weren't intended to? I have no idea what I'm talking about, but I've heard things that make me feel like that's a thing. You know what? It's lightning again. Turn down the lightning. I am not going to need to shovel a whole lot during the 7th night, for sure. Too much repair. Okay. I might as well repair this guy. Wait. I can't do that with a repair kit? Oh, okay, I did not know that. Well, without the ammo, it's no use to me anyways. Quantum limit, okay. I guess you just, to cope with that, you just have more things going on in parallel, right? Is that incorrect? I am actually quite interested in the sciences, but that doesn't mean I am competent. I'm just interested. Put this away. Put that away. Which kind? I have no idea where you are, so I can't even. I had somebody from Kentucky in here last time. That's I do like a good rainstorm as long as I don't have to be in it. It's gonna thunder the whole rest of this night. Oh, okay. I did remember the Kentucky part I had been to in 2002 was outside of Lexington, I think. Technically, Virginia, where I am, it shares a border, does it not? Or is that Tennessee? I don't go west very often. I usually go up and down the coast. West, not so much, so it gets a little blurry for me out that way. Frame shapes. Some of this I'm just going to sell. I suppose I can hold the knife. Can I repair that? Not really. Also, it's possible there's more than one person in Kentucky. I haven't checked, but I think that's a thing. Norfolk. That's further south, isn't it? I would have Maine to myself if I could have it. Well, certain parts. As far as I'm concerned, anything north of anything north of Bangor should just be given to Canada. But other than that, the coast is very nice. All right, I think I'm as well off as I can possibly be. Trip harder for the enemy. Leaving these in a pick-upable state is helpful, but also makes them extremely weak. I'm going to have to replace them in the morning. No, absolutely. Alright, so they're not getting up here. The only way they're going to get up here is if they tunnel up through the walls somehow. Yeah, I find... Friggin', it's loud in my ears, too. I find Virginia a little too warm for me. Very humid. So when I was in Maine, I could reliably go outside 3/4 of the year. And, you know, I'd hide in the winter, like any sane person would. But the rest of the year, you know, you had bugs, but it was temperate. You only ever got anything over 90, 95 degrees once or twice in a summer. And that's no longer true. It's warmer there now, too, than it used to be, but it's still way less warm than here. And here, the winter is still kind of cold, but the summer is unbearable. So I'm hiding indoors like twice as much. That's probably not great for my health, either. I need to move around more. Now it's just a waiting game. I wish I had a light source that I could wear, because holdness is not going to work very well. Yeah, well, if you are the same guy from last time, then I've just repeated a lot of stuff I was talking about. RE cars and stuff. That's alright. If people want to talk about it, I'll talk about it. That's a nice tree, though. I feel proud for having planted it only days ago. They're coming. 22 o'clock, the zombies are coming. Yeah. Sort of horizontal scale on the multi-core business. I mean, given how much space this rig has to devote to hard drives and fans, cooling fans and all that stuff, there's plenty of room for like another CPU or something. They'll be able to expand the capability of the box itself for a while, I think. But technologically, a paradigm shift is probably what you're thinking about, where just how it works fundamentally has to change sometime soon. Quantum stuff. So I can guess everybody's password simultaneously everywhere. I think I haven't had a lot of opportunity to test it, but I think there is a limit to how many zombies will come on the 7th night. I think if you are well equipped enough to actually get down on the ground and fight them, they will eventually run out. But I haven't personally seen that, because I've never been good enough at this game to be so well equipped that I could actually risk being on the ground with them. Still, I'm on a 1080 Ti, I think. It's a decent card at the time. It still works. Like, very few of my games actually lag, though I keep playing the same games over and over again, so that may be why. But, it's still good. It's just, it does heat the house. There's a reason why the cat's favorite cat bed is directly above the computer. If I get myself a webcam here, it's going to be on the cat, is what it's going to be. Somebody gave me a ESP32. Just like this tiny, you know, it's tiny, it's much smaller than a Raspberry Pi kind of thing. I am hearing stuff. They have come. They are coming. Notice the visibility is crap. She went right over the barrier. She's working on the wall. Come on. Yeah, I'm not even sure this is the primary door. Yeah, I can't even reach her now. Whoops. Dang it. Oh, man. Where'd you come from? Do they climb now? They better not climb. There's no way I'm going to survive if they can climb. Cracking passwords. Brute force. Where I work, we've done some... Oh, yeah, that's right. My glasses give me 10% extra EXP now. It's like 440. Some of the old password files are very old, and we were able, just on a lark, to crack some of them in fractions of a second. And we told those people, hey, change your goddamn passwords. It's embarrassing. They probably didn't even change them to something all that much better. Holy crap. They are jumping. Jumping Jehoshaphat zombie. I am not going to have enough ammo for all this. Alright, you know what? This is what the friggin' Molotov cocktail's supposed to be for. Watch me burn myself to death. Trying to fling... Oh, no. I'm still getting confused. I keep thinking this is my inventory and it's not. Alright, let's figure out how to use these damn things. Hey, they're gone. Did they... I bet they just came right through the building is what they did. Okay. Okay. Alright, that wasn't so bad. Ah, but I didn't get credit for having killed that one. Oh, I got that one, though. Yep. So you kill a few and then another wave comes. And this is just the first night. This is relatively tame. Later nights, the 14th, 21st, 28th, there'll be more of them, and they'll become higher and higher level, more difficult variations. Probably after the third night, or the third round, flying ones will start. I'll have to start keeping an eye on the skies at the same time. That's going to stink. I hear you. You're still out there. But I have found that the flat-roofed edifices are the best. Because they usually don't offer pathways up. Like, things with slanted roofs, they'll usually come up to the floor below the roof, and then they'll start burrowing sideways through the roof, and then they get onto it, and then you're done. But here, there's no angle of attack. So if there's a... you have to watch out that you didn't miss a ladder that goes up inside the building, which will give them easy access. But if you get rid of the ladder, assuming there is one, and then sort of make yourself a difficult to navigate pathway to the roof, then you can usually hold out for those first couple of weeks relatively well. Hum-ba-da-bum-bum. But I just ate. How often do you have to eat bacon and eggs in one day? But them bacon and eggs are good. Oh, crap, I'm gone. And now I've just done myself a nasty bit of... I don't know. If they keep working on that, they may not even know that I've left. He knows. He knows. Okay, this is bad news. This is bad news. This is bad news. If I'm cautious, I can get back up. Oops, see, they've already done some work on that. Wrong button. Okay, take that down. Whew. Alright. That was dumb. I need building supplies. I think the carrying capacity of zombies for the night are inside where I can't reach them. I can hear a few working on the walls. Oh, there's one. Please, I don't want to know about your special religion. Oh, nice. This actually feels tamer than I'm expecting. Maybe they've softened this up some? They've made other things harder, so maybe they made this part slightly easier. Yes, I know, thunder. You know what? Here's a thing. I'm thirsty. But other than that, this is like a new moon. No, it's a full moon. It's going to be a full moon every 7th night. So maybe whatever caused all the disasters also made the moon go around like 4 times faster than it normally does. It's not 4 times closer, though. I mean, well... Actually, that is bigger than you would normally see it. Maybe the moon has gotten closer. I don't think it's a linear relationship. But still, 4 times faster? If it's going to be a full moon every 7 days? No, we're just stuck waiting. I don't even hear anything downstairs. Are they trying to lure me out? False sense of security. 4 o'clock. I don't even hear any downstairs. Maybe I killed them all. Maybe. It's possible I just was too successful. I mean, there aren't even any waves coming. Wait. I've had a torch this whole time? Jeez. I'm hearing one. It's not that dark. That's one thing they've improved. The period of time where it's red is longer. It used to be that the first hour, first and last hour were like pitch black. You couldn't see a damn thing no matter what. I don't remember that happening this time. Don't ask me how I swung through that hole. Huh. I think this has been easier than normal. I actually feel almost safe. Which is wildly inappropriate. But, you know, if for some reason... I've had this happen before where... Thank you. Where... I misjudged the roof and they got through, and I had to abandon my encampment. You just spend the entire night running. You could just barely stay ahead of them. Huh. I almost feel like I oversold it now. Oop, that's right, it needs repairs. Potential spam. Yes, I know. Thank you, phone. I don't get real calls. What do I need to repair? I need stone. Huh. That's a ton of stone, actually. Who put 41 rocks inside a box and left it? Oh, wait. I would do that. I have so many boxes of rocks in my closet. Being a rock hound, that's what you do. You collect more than you could ever possibly end up wanting at the end of the day. I forgot to check if every other street is also Cortland and Bell. Oh, crap! I actually jumped out of my seat. Lady! That's rude. They can do that. They sneak up on you so bad sometimes. Hope that wasn't too loud. I can't hear. That's one thing I'm going to have to figure out with the OBS or the Streamlabs is when notifications come in that have sound, how the heck do I hear it? Because I have to mute the channel in order to not have echoes and stuff. I know it's possible. People do it. I just got to figure out how to do it. Boom. There are people inside. Hello. I don't think these are part of the swarm. I think they're just dudes. Oh! No, I thought for a minute they were just dumb, but no, there's really a door here. I don't know if I want to let them finish coming through the wall, though. The angle of attack is not great. No. Just barely, actually, I feel like they're too far away for me to be hitting. I've never really had the luxury to patrol before. That's great. And concerning. You know. Yeah. What else? I wonder where that one came from that got me. Speaking of raccoons, I just heard one. Huh. Zombie choir's at it again. Someday I'll find those bastards and take them out. Low flying jet. Lone Wolf, starring some bald guy. Coming soon. Lots of missing people? Is it the same few? No? That is an awfully clear picture. Is this somebody on the staff? Damn it. Oh, wait, I have a light source. What am I talking about? Have you seen this person, Robert Jones? James Johnson. Lost Reward. No name. Have you seen James Johnson again? Yeah, that's the same set right there. Jessica Bueller. Kumquat, aka the Champ. Interesting. $4.15. Oh well, I think that's it. I think that's all she wrote for this night. This is my area. You can't tell me not to park here. This coming week, before the 14th day, I'm going to try to get some actual manufacturing going. Maybe move house. It's either moving house or deciding how to build this thing up into more of a fortress. I kind of want a place with a view, but also not too far away from Joe. This main avenue just keeps going. I want to I should explore the town more and get a full feeling for everything. Can't. The Joe area is off limits. You can't build anything. You can't even take anything down. Alright. I survived. Well, technically I didn't, but I survived the night. Alright. So that's good. And I think head in the direction of this next quest, but I'm not going to do it. This is a good time to stop the stream. I need to start making pesto quesadillas with Italian sausage, broccoli, and green pepper for dinner. Gotta do that. I've already blended the pesto before starting the stream, which I nearly forgot to do. And then I don't know what. Before I start streaming me learning things like Blender or a different programming language than I already do, I'll probably want to set up the scenes to put all that together. Yep, I got, for these quesadillas, I just got big old burrito wraps. Sometimes I use this as a pizza base, not the wraps, but the pesto. But making pizza dough is much more torturous and not something I want to do on a day when I'm streaming. So this time it will be quesadilla. Very nice. Bit greasy, but very nice. Oh man, for a minute there I thought that was an actual station wagon and not a sedan. Something definitely happened that nobody has any personal vehicle other than these sedans. There seem to be other new work vehicles, but just not personal ones. There's no Wranglers, no muscle cars, no hatchbacks, no EVs. Trump, Trump, Trump. This is the whole other town, isn't it? Yeah. I haven't even really touched it. I don't think I've been back this way since I woke up with, I presume, amnesia. Having no clue what's going on in the world. Does this town looks so far to be less industrial? Just like Taco Bell survived the franchise wars, right? And for all that, they served pills, if I remember correctly. What's this? Oh, like, what is this? No? I suppose it's meant to be like a transformer of some kind, I guess. But yes, actually they changed them. In a much earlier version, the car was more of like a sort of a cheap Civic kind of shape, and now it's these sedans. But that's all there are, other than work vehicles. Oh, wait. I've been here. Yeah, okay, I remember that. And school buses. There's a school bus. Those were them. I've seen school buses before, though. Nice. I'll just take all of it. I don't know why they have a stone shovel in a school bus, but why not? So this house here, speaking of an earlier question, this thing was barely standing. Like, if I were to start knocking into these walls, parts up here will start falling down. Like, if I take off this corner and a couple more pieces, it will not stay up very long. Physics is not great, but it's better than nothing. It's they have put some effort into it. Presumably, real physics is beyond what the poor CPU and GPU are going to be able to handle for some time yet. At least at anything over half a frame a second. Hello. That's not what I expected to see when I turned around. You hiding behind the mannequin? Is that what people do these days? Actually, the game's kind of lagging a little bit. Spent a split second thinking about the contents of that container. Boom, here it is. So yeah, another 7 days of not having to think too hard about zombies. Other than roving gangs that occasionally... Oh, this looks more like a war zone over here. What the heck? Oh. That was a dia. Okay. Alrighty then, good enough. I think I should call it. Make some cooking. Check my email. Make sure that my staff haven't lost their minds over something I've been ignoring. Feels good having you. Thank you for talking to me. Uh-oh, there's going to be a dog in there. But, there we go. Have a good one. I might be back later, but I probably won't. Probably not until Saturday, but who knows.